Alright, hello everybody. Just gotta switch the camera controls. Thanks, Master Omelet. Hello, Shadow Killer. I know, right, Master Omelet? I can just feel it. Anyway, this is Orca, and when he does his parry attacks, we can sort of get a quick one in if we activate the first parry within the first 2 frames. So the second one appears early. It saves like 3 seconds. I'm gonna sort of loosely commentate over this as much as I can. So, yeah. Now we save warp back outside because it's like a few seconds faster to do that. It's okay, Copratic, I don't need luck today. There's gonna be no RNG today. I'm gonna make my RNG. So there's a red rupee inside that log, which we can get if we quick spin, because if the sword touches the rupee, then it gets the rupee. And unfortunately, I got bad RNG in the grass right there. Optimally, you want like as many rupees as possible, because we need 10. Or it's optimal to get 10 before we get to Windfall. Also, this fight is really bad. If you knock those guys down, then it gets kind of messy. I know, I did find a way to manipulate RNG, and we're gonna do some manipulation strats later on. No, I'm just joking. There will not be any RNG, though, I can assure you of that. Yes, this is in Spanish, because Spanish is the fastest language one can use on an NTSC Wii U. At least for this game. No, French is like really slow for this game. And Portuguese is even slower. It's kind of funny. Hello, Zamarok. And so this is the hero shield. It's completely useless in the context of a speedrun. It doesn't save any time or have any benefits anywhere. I wish we could skip it, but the game like kind of forces you to get it. Alright, 11:57. That's kind of a decent outset time. It could have been definitely a lot better if the fight had gone smoother. Hello, Deferos. And hello, iCouplets Play. Hello, Rydolith. It's okay, I don't need good luck today. But thank you for the offer. Alright, so these ropes are kind of stupid sometimes. If you release too early, then you'll just kind of like fall straight down. Thankfully that didn't happen though. Now we get the spoils bag, which is another kind of useless item that we don't really need. Basically everything except a sword up till this point is completely useless. Yeah, ropes are a little bit harder than they look. At least in HD. In the original Wind Waker, they're super easy and they're programmed correctly. Although I don't know, they got messed up because they added the turning mechanics somehow, I guess. And so in this cutscene, where Link's in the barrel's actually at the bottom of the ocean before it's used in the cutscene for some reason. It's like directly below the pirate ship, except it's on the surface of the ocean floor, which is actually sort of a thing in this game. If you fall down far enough in the ocean, you can hit like just a plane of collision. Although we don't see it anywhere in any percent. Although sometimes you get it in any percent in regular Wind Waker if you don't load Forsaken Fortress fast enough. And so we have to step into this trigger here. Even though this, it is possible to get around this trigger, but if we don't trigger the Gossip Stone right here, then we can't complete the game later on. We won't be able to get bombs. And this is a pretty cool light cycle. It's really fast, and it only works because of the speed of the text. And this is the window jump. You just kind of jump into this hallway without having to go through the doors like usual. Now we have to kill this Bokoblin, because if we don't kill him, then we can't complete Forsaken Fortress. So we can easily kill him by quick spinning him off the edge here, and then he just instantly dies. I guess you could consider this the first run of the day, Blah Man. I went into that at kind of an awkward angle, so I tried turning to the right. And then, if you sidle onto this door right here, you actually end up touching the loading zone behind the door. And it skips the door opening animation and saves like half a second or something. And we don't need barrels to get past these moblins. If they notice us, we can easily outrun them. And this guy decided to start walking really early, so I had to kind of set up my rolls in a way so that I wouldn't stay in his field of vision for too long. Because if that happens, then you do get caught, and you can't do anything about it. And on these ledges, we do this weird thing called quick sidling, which saves like maybe a second or two over the whole sidle ledge. Basically, we're just like tapping the control stick in the direction we want to sidle, and it saves time over just regular sidling. And now we're finally up here and we can get our sword back. And so the shield actually does have a use here. I can block this guy from hitting me. And because if he hits me, that's kind of bad, because then I can't get rupees later on. I'll instead get hearts, because the game's like, oh no, you took damage, you clearly need some hearts. And yeah. So the shield does have a use there, and it ends up saving a few seconds. Although it is possible to avoid him if he tries to hit you. But the shield is the easiest way. Sometimes you'll try to avoid him and he'll still hit you. And yeah, that's Forsaken Fortress. Now, an interesting thing is that this cutscene is not in the original Japanese version of the game. It was added in the English version, I guess, because Nintendo, like, thought that they didn't explain as to how Link got to see the King of Red Lions or something. No, sorry, this is not Twitch Plays Pokemon. If you're looking for that, you can go to the Twitch Plays Pokemon channel. Anyway, this cutscene is pretty long. Wind Waker is actually a really cutscene-heavy speed game. I think it was, like a little more than 1/3 of the whole run is just cutscenes. It's kind of insane. If we had cutscene skips, we could have easily had sub 3 in this game. Although it is nice that we get the one at the beginning, which saves like 4 minutes. Anyway, we need some rupees in these flowers, and almost got enough. If I'd gotten one more and gotten 70, that would have been perfect. Well, it's not necessarily that Wind Waker's the most cinematic, but it's just that you can't skip cutscenes. Like in Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword, you can skip a lot of cutscenes, and that saves a lot of time. Like, if you couldn't skip cutscenes in Twilight Princess, I'm pretty sure a lot less people would run Twilight Princess. But thankfully you can, and so the game's almost below 3 hours. So now we're just getting more useless items. The Tingle Bottle's completely useless, and obviously Tingle's map is completely useless. But the game kind of forces you to get them. And then here I have to adjust my Tingle Bottle settings, which the game forces you to do, and I accidentally bunked. That was bad. Now we can get 5 more rupees in that pot, and that pot has a random amount of rupees in it. It can either have a green, a blue, a yellow, or a red in it. All I needed was a green because I only needed 1 more rupee to buy the sale, but it's nice that I got a blue. Yeah, I like having cutscenes to tell the story. I don't think a game should be, like, all gameplay. Because, I mean, if it's all gameplay, there's basically no story, and then you have a game like Minecraft. Kind of. Well, the game forces you to adjust the Tingle Bottle settings, so I just exit out of the settings as fast as I can, which is by mashing the gamepad screen and then pressing B. Like the game forces the pause right there, so there's nothing you can really do about it. And then, going through these barrels, we start playing what's called the barrel game across on our way to Dragon Roost Island. It consists of 5 green rupees, 5 blue rupees, and 5 yellow rupees. And you have to get them all. If you miss one, then the game stops and you can't get any of the rupees after. It's like that red rupee back there was kind of tempting, but I know that I have to keep on playing the game. I'll get like a lot more rupees than if I just got the red. And sometimes if you're like in the very center of the quadrant on the path to Dragon Roost Island, the barrel game can sometimes get messed up by what is it, like the outpost up there? If the barrel will try to spawn under the outpost, and obviously the game won't allow it to do that. This is going to be a commentated run where I attempt to explain everything blah man. So now we have to practice using the Wind Waker by playing Zelda's Lullaby first. That's what that first tune is. I don't know what this is. This is just like the Ballad of Gales backwards. And now we get the Wind Waker, which is... It's not even that we need to beat the game, but it doesn't like break the game in any way. In the original game, it's completely broken because of a glitch called storage, but in this game, storage was patched, and so we can't use it. Storage is a glitch that it desyncs the two bytes in this game that control cutscenes. Like, one of the bytes is Link is in a cutscene, in English words, and another one is there is a cutscene going on. And with storage, you desync them so that, like, there will be a cutscene going on is true, but Link is in a cutscene is false, and then you can, like, move around during cutscenes and stuff. And the thing I did there was I was able to jump off of a rock and grab the ledge to save having to go and blow up all the rocks around Dragon Roost. Rolling isn't necessarily faster in this game compared to the original, it's just that it's easier to get maximum speed because they remove dry rolls, and so you can get started faster. And yeah, so like with storage, if you like get storage and then open a chest, the game will store the collision properties that Link has when he opens a chest, which turns off a byte, which is, in English words, called precise collision. And so it turns off precise collision, and you can just, like, clip through weird geometry in places. And it's used for, like, virtually every boss key skip. So yeah, that's a brief introduction on storage. You can also store doors, or not store doors, but you can cancel a door opening animation and walk through walls, which would be useful if there was a door in Hyrule, but there are no doors in Hyrule, so you can't walk through the barrier, unfortunately. Now I get the delivery bag. An item that we're only going to use once within the next 2 minutes and then never use again. Yep, this game is still faster because Nintendo decided to speed up all the casual gameplay, like text animations and like being able to skip the intro and stuff. So now we got Komali's letter. We just have to go give it to Komali because that causes Medley to spawn outside in the little pond area before Dragon Roost Cavern. Well, this game also has this one like attacking technique called jump spinning, or jump/quick spinning, and basically it's used to deal massive amounts of damage to enemies. Like one hit of a jump spin and you do 6 damage to something. At least with the hero sword. If you have the master sword, you do 12 damage. Like, first the jump slash hits an enemy, and then you do a quick spin out of it. And for some reason, the quick spin does 4 damage, even though it only hits once, and it's only supposed to do 2. But instead it does 4 for some reason. I don't know, but it's useful. I use it in the DRC mini-boss fight. So you'll see it then. How long is the average 100% run? Well, the record right now for 100% is 7 hours and 8 minutes, I think, is what it is. A good run can probably be sub 7. And yeah, technically storage is in Wind Waker HD, but we can't get it anywhere that it's useful, or anywhere where it's practical. Yeah, it can just be obtained in a few boss fights because of how the death cutscenes work for those bosses. And so now we get the bottle, and we have to blow up that rock to be able to get into Dragon Roost Cavern. Well, the main appeal of Wind Waker SD is that there's no RNG in it, at least no run-determining RNG. And so, the bottle is actually a useful item, and we're going to use it again later, once. And so, you don't have to blow up both these statues, you can just blow up the first one, and then jump slash across. So here we are in Dragon Roost Cavern. Dragon Roost Cavern is actually one of the toughest dungeons to do really well because there are so many little, like, optimizations everywhere for it. It's easy to mess them up. Picking up that stick is weird sometimes. Sometimes it'll just stay where it is on the stairs, and sometimes it'll fall like all the way down the stairs. It's kind of annoying. So now we get our small key. We can progress through. And then we can roll into that cutscene to save a little bit of time. And we can jump across there to save like 2 seconds. Also avoids the lava fountain RNG if the lava fountain's going. And then we can roll into this cutscene so we can open the door right after the cutscene ends. We can also skip the small cutscene of the pot water like hardening over the lava. Yeah, Cyclos is a part of the run. So we need this guy's sword so we can break these tougher wooden barriers that our sword can't break to get another key. The fastest way to blow up the bomb is to quick spin it. So they're just like I said before, lots of little optimizations in this dungeon that make it really hard. So we need this guy's stick so we can burn this wooden barrier. Accidentally bonked there. Oh, I got bad RNG right there. What you want to do is you want the Koblin to just stay back where he is and not hit you. And so because of that, I lost time because I had to wait for the side fountain to go away. And so we don't have to sidle across this gap, we can just kind of jump over it. I grabbed it a little bit too far to the left right there. And we can just side hop, jump slash over that gap. Be able to get across it. And so the jump slash and the side hop are mostly used to get up on ledges that Link would otherwise have to like hop up or climb up onto, which makes it useful, or makes jump slashing and side hopping useful. So hopefully I don't get trolled by rats here. The rats can sometimes be a pain. Alright, good. If you're climbing up a block, the rats can't get you for some reason. They just can't, which is good. Otherwise, you'd lose a lot of time if a rat tried to get you. So now we're gonna blow up this warp pot because we're gonna come back to this bridge later. So I was able to get 2 stabs for 1 on that guy, which is also kind of a technique that's used in this game. And unfortunately I didn't get on the table. I was supposed to jump slash onto the table and then jump onto the ladder to grab higher up. Also, yeah, it would be useful if Link just took the key out of the lock once he unlocked a door, but I guess all the keys are different somehow. Ew, I almost jumped a little too early there. And we're also going to blow up this warp pot, so we can use it to get back to the boss door later after we get the boss key. And like the other rock cutscenes, we can roll into that one to save time. And it is possible to sometimes bonk on the beginning section of the stairs there, but luckily I didn't. So now, this fight's really hard to optimize. I tried doing a jump slash quick spin here, but the jump slash missed the Koblin, so it didn't really work. And I also missed that hard there, wow. Alright, so this guy, usually he takes 8 hits and then a quick spin to kill because he has 10 health. But we can just do 4 hits and then do a jump slash quick spin. Because jump slash quick spins do 6 damage. So unfortunately, I played kind of badly. So we're not going to be saving any time. I'm still ahead of my PB though, so that's good. Alright, so now the only thing left to do in the dungeon is get the boss key and go beat up the boss. Okay, so there's like this ledge that's below us that we can get to by jumping off this bridge as it breaks, and then jump slashing onto that grapple spot. And it saves like a minute or something of going through the dungeon. And that's a pretty cool trick. That's like the first trick that saves a lot of time in this game. And wow, I missed. I'm bad. Coming up, there's this mag tail that we need to place on a switch, which can be kind of difficult to do sometimes. Yeah, like he noticed me, which is kind of bad. I don't want him to notice me. I want to get behind him and then have him notice me. And so now we just need to go to the boss door. And I missed again. So if you try to roll up these stairs, like just straight, then Link will bonk. But if you roll up them at an angle, he won't bonk, which is useful. And now it's time for the Goma boss fight. Have I been interviewed by Kotaku? No. Unfortunately not. So this boss fight is pretty scripted, except I missed that grapple shot there. I don't know, my grapple shots have been off today. And the shield has a use here because it can block falling rocks if they're coming your way. And I also have to turn the camera away from Goma when she comes back up out of the lava, otherwise the game lags heavily, and lag wastes time. No, it wasn't Kotaku that wrote the article, it was like Yahoo or something? I think? I don't remember. And I missed another grapple shot. Anyway, we always want the third time we swing over to land in front of Goma. Because now her armor breaks off and we can start hitting her in her obvious weak spot, which is her eye. Just gotta get it twice. How does it feel to hold the world record for this game? The same that it's felt the past 2 years. So that's it for Dragon Roost Cavern. I could have saved more time if I didn't miss all those grapple shots, and if I'd gotten slightly better Magtail RNG. And I don't need the heart container. Getting it is just a waste of time, so we don't get it. Thanks, Link Pikachu. It's okay though, I don't need good luck. The fate of the RNG is in me. So now we get Din's Pearl, which is the first Pearl of 3 that we're gonna get this run. Yes I do, Deadly Avenger. And so, now we need to change the wind to be south, because that's how the King of Red Lions lets us ride him again. Although we don't need to go south, we need to go west. So now I changed the wind to be northwest, because I actually want to go slightly slower when I go west. And it doesn't matter that I go slower when I go this direction, because I need to wait for the day-night cycle anyway. And then we have a forced encounter with the map fish here. The character name is fully displayed in one frame, so it doesn't matter how long the character name is. So now we need to play barrel game again because we need more rupees. we're going to be buying the Swift Sail back at Windfall at the Windfall auction. And going slow is actually good, because then barrel game sort of gets fixed, I like to say. Because if I just set the wind straight west, then I can't complete the full barrel game. Because it extends into the Windfall quadrant, which locks the day-night cycle to be daytime if you arrive there too early. So I pause here for just a brief second so that the game can switch to nighttime before I enter the Windfall quadrant. And so having 172 rupees is good. Anything above 169 rupees is usually fine for buying the Swift Sail at the auction. I'm gonna get some more though. Okay, I got 6 more. That should be enough of a buffer. And so now we enter the auction. So there's a 1 in 5 chance that we can get the Swift Sail, since there are 5 items that the auction can bring up forth. The Swift Sail, 2 treasure charts, a joy pendant, and a heart piece. So we're just gonna get the Swift Sail right now. No biggie. So this guy, Gummy, he always manages to bid before you. You can go before him, but then once you're done, he's instantly gonna catch you. So you might as well just let him bid before you. And so now, every time we bid rupees, we're basically just bidding 10% of the total bid, rounded down. So the next time we're gonna bid 12 rupees to stun the other bidders. This was first try Swift Sail. Yes, I am made of RNG. I command the RNG. And so now, since there are less than 10 seconds left, I just did the fastest possible bid that was over 10% and just bid 170 rupees. Doesn't matter. I don't really need any more rupees right now. Oh, I forgot to split for that. Oh well. We got first try. So, now we're gonna go along. Ah, that's bad. The game always freezes for like half a second when it transfers itself into like true night mode on Windfall. So that kind of messed up my movement there. And now we get to hear the gorgeous sound of sail pumping in this game, which is gonna pierce your ears for the next like 2 to 3 minutes. So, have fun. We're unfortunately forced to sail back to the Dragon Roost Island quadrant and then sail to the Forest Haven quadrant. We can't sail directly to Forest Haven because this game restricts where you can go in the ocean until you beat Forest Haven, and then you can go anywhere. And so it's really nice on the map screen. I can see where I am in relation to the edge of the quadrant, and that allows me to line up and turn as quickly as possible. And then from there, I angle myself towards where I think Forest Haven is. I can't see like a straight line of where I'm aiming, I only see an arrow. And the arrow behind the King of Red Lions is the wind direction. That's not the direction that we're going. Although the Swift Sail does change the wind with it, which is useful, because then we don't really have to play the wind's Requiem at all. The only time we have to play the wind's Requiem is when we're spawning Triforce Shard and Triforce Shard chests. And so, now we've arrived at the Forest Haven quadrant. So there are multiple ways to get into Forest Haven. I do climbing up the top, and you can skip a climbing animation there by jump slashing up onto the higher ledge. It is possible to clip below the island and get above it that way, but that's actually kind of hard to do, and is if you miss it a few times, it's slower. The highway paradiving is not used because we don't want to buy the bait bag. That wastes too much time. I mean, if we were forced to buy the bait bag, then we'd probably do it, but we don't need the bait bag for anything, so we don't get it. Thanks, P-dubs. I wish we could do that, Adam, but unfortunately the game doesn't give us the option to buy a bait bag and cut it so we can have our own swift sail. And so now we just need to climb up this path of Baba Buds to get to the leaf. And we can actually skip the last one by lining up precisely in the second to last one to make it up here. It doesn't matter if we fall off because we're going to save warp anyway. And so now we're going to set the wind to be northwest with the swift sail. And then sail over here to the small, thin island in between. And so now we can just jump out of our boat and then use the leaf to get into the whirlwind. And peacefully float over to the Forbidden Woods. This guy over here in front of us is going to try to get us, but we can just stun him by using the leaf. There's a similar technique called leaf pumping, which looks like what I did back there, but that's not leaf pumping. When I leaf pump, I cancel the leaf and then bring it out immediately, and I got stuck on that ledge. So we're going to do some leaf pumping right now to skip having to go into that Baba Bud on the right. So if we cancel the leaf and then bring it out immediately, we actually save some height. And we can float farther. Well, not farther, we can keep our height more. So we can float to things that otherwise we might not be able to get to. And we don't have to blow the windmill to make this, I don't know, like a sky rail or something, to make it come across, because we can just leaf to it and then cancel the leaf to grab the edge. And so now we're taking this stick up here because we can use it instead of the nut back there to kill this blue flower. Saves a little bit of time. This room is self-explanatory, just get the nut and throw it at the blue flower. So now there's a cycle we have to make in this room, but it's not that hard to make. You can actually waste a lot of time and still get it. I don't know why I used the telescope there. Those are the RNG manipulation strats, guys. We're gonna get outset. Anyway, we bring the nut over and kill another blue flower. Now we can do this leaf trick to blow the leaves off that warp pot, which we're gonna come back to later. Now some morphs are gonna try to attack us, but we can do a jump slash quick spin across the gap to easily get rid of them quickly. So now, normally after you blow up the this barrier here. You're supposed to go through the entire maze again, but you can squeeze through the tentacle in the wall if Link is flashing red, and easily get through. Which skips having to go through the maze. And so, like the other rail, we can just leave to this one also. Oof, okay. Sometimes that guy can knock you the other way, into the water, and that wastes time, but luckily I didn't get knocked that way. So now all that's left is fighting the mini-boss to get the boomerang. I feel like this cutscene here gets longer every time I watch it for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway, the basic strat for this guy is to leave him when he's at his lowest point in his oscillations. And that was a nice kill right there. I did a quick spin and then a jump slash quick spin. And I did a side hop there. Wow, I bonked on that. Okay. So, now we can get the boomerang. Yes, I have parents. So now we can use the boomerang to cut all the vines off of this giant plant, and then we can jump while the boomerang's cutting the last rope to fall down with the flower during the cutscene. Surprisingly, that pea hat usually never hits you, even though it looks like he will sometimes. And so now we're really going to abuse leaf pumping, and we're going to skip having to cut down this flower. Avoid those guys. I'm kind of surprised I didn't get any of those on the first try. Oh well, though. So now we've gotten the boss key. Fortunately, there aren't very many boss key skips in this game. There are 2 that we could do, but we don't do because they're too random to try and do, and it's not worth it to try and do them. So we can use the leaf here to not take any fall damage or go into a fall animation. And I missed that guy on the right, that's kind of surprising. Kill both of these guys with a quick spin. Ouch. So we get this magic here because we're gonna need it when we go to Tower of the Gods. Alright, so this is Kalademos. And if you're really good, you can knock off all of his tentacles in one boomerang throw, if you target the right ones with the boomerang. But 2 throws is usually what happens. And I thought I did all the damage there with the jump spin and the 2 quick spins, but I needed one more hit for some reason. And so, a funny thing about Makar's jumping animation right there is that if you leave it going on for like half an hour or so, he'll eventually stop jumping and he'll just like stand there. Because the game probably tells him to like jump a few thousand times or something, and after that there's nothing else for him to do. And so now we're gonna just save warp out of here, because it's faster than walking all the way out and back to the King of Red Lions. Also, the memes are real on the Forbidden Woods time with the 1337 in there. So now we're essentially going to be sail pumping for the next like 15 minutes. So prepare your ears. Basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be sailing to Eastern Triangle Isle so that I can place down Ferore's Pearl in its spot. Then we're going to be sailing all the way west to Great Fish, where we activate Endless Night. And then we're going to be going up to Windfall to get bombs. And then after that we're going to be going to Outset, where we get Nehru's Pearl, and then we're going to sail to Southern Triangle Isle to place Nehru's Pearl. And then we're going to be done with the sail pumping. And so we kind of jump into the islands right here, because it saves our speed. Oops. Link, what are you doing? Okay. Did I splice to get Swift Sail first try? No. Tornado. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I wasted time, like, bonking on the island, so that small cyclone is now farther into its cycle.
Alright, so we're finally at Windfall. And now we get to do the first actual glitch that's in the run, which is the pirate password skip. It uses a technique which is known as a roll clip to get into this wall right here. Hopefully I don't fail it too much.
When that happens, that means that my control stick angle is slightly too far down. This is taking a lot longer than I would like it to. Come on. We can do this. Okay, there we go. Fortunately, I lost a lot of time to that. So now we can just position ourselves and then side hop into the loading zone. Yeah, that's right. Prepare for the Cyclos splice, definitely. And this is rope game number 2, and it's really easy because we can turn when we're swinging on ropes. So unfortunately, we're probably not gonna save time on this split. Be about even. Yeah, we just swing from rope to rope. Nothing really difficult about it. Actually, we're gonna save like 1 second. Or like 1/5 of a second, I guess. So if we hadn't activated the Gossip Stone back at Forsaken Fortress Run 1, then we wouldn't be able to get bombs here. We'd just be teleported back to Forsaken Fortress 1. And now we save warp to get out of the pirate ship. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to Northern Triangle Island. We're going to place Din's Pearl. Hello, Dennis Quaid. Swift Sail third try is slower than Southern Fairy Isle Cyclos. Alright, so now there's this lovely tornado next to us that we're gonna jump into. And there are 8 random locations around the ocean that he can place us at, which are the 9 Ballad of Gales locations, minus Mother and Child Isles. And if we use the telescope going into this cutscene, the cutscene is like weird and zoomed in for some reason. And we're hoping to get outset. Okay, so we got Great Fish. That's still okay, actually, if we get Great Fish. It's faster than sailing to outset by like 20 seconds. So we're going to continue. I don't know what I bonked on there, but apparently I bonked on something. Wow, okay. I guess we're just gonna talk to Beetle. That wasted time, unfortunately. Alright, but now we're at Outset, so we can go and get Neru's Pearl. We're gonna lose like a minute and 20 seconds, though. But it's okay, we'll still be like a minute ahead. So now we just need to shoot down this wall. It is possible to get inside of Jaboon's Cavern without shooting down the wall, but the cutscene only activates if you shoot down the wall. Like, if you just enter inside, then it doesn't really work. No, Outside is 1 in 8. There are 9 locations that you can regularly go to with Ballad of Gales. And then if you take out Mother and Child Isles, it becomes 8 locations. There's Mother and Child Isles, Windfall, Dragon Roost, Tingle Isle, Great Fish, Tower of the Gods, Southern Ferry, Outset, and Forest Haven. That's 9. Alright, so we're still more than a minute ahead. That's good. Hopefully we can keep it that way. Aside from the RNG, I would prefer HD over SD, but each has its own strengths and weaknesses. Alright, so we're almost done with sailing. We just have to sail to Southern Triangle now, and we picked up a single bottle. And I accidentally jumped there, I didn't mean to do that. I have to make sure I go to the right of Shark Isle out in the distance, because Cyclos is on the left side, and we don't need Cyclos anymore. The run so far is okay. We made it past all the heavy RNG, and so now there's no more RNG. Alright, so now we're in Tower of the Gods, and we're gonna skip basically the whole first floor. We can grab this pillar to get up here quickly. Then if we hop up at a correct angle, we can grab onto this ledge. And we're gonna use a bomb to clip out of bounds. The bomb pushed us out of bounds. And so now we can just float to this door and get over here. And we need to throw these two statues onto these triggers, and then have Link roll onto the third trigger so that we can get onto the platform during the cutscene. So this first statue, there's nothing special going on. So now we're gonna go learn the command melody. Command melody is actually useless in this dungeon. We don't need it. We only need to learn it so that the door to our left opens. The door to Link's left. We use it in Earth Temple and Wind Temple, though. Grappling across these gaps is faster than leaping. Or leafing, not leaping. I wish Link could leap that far. So now we're gonna position ourselves here. Angle up for the Cosmo Hop, which skips having to play the command melody, and that switch is really stubborn. No matter how you throw the statue, you're always going to miss. So, an interesting thing about a Dark Knight is that if you deal damage to his armor and then knock off his armor the way I did from the back, where it just kind of like falls off without destroying it, then the damage that the armor got is going to be applied to the Dark Nut. And so you can kill the Dark Nut really fast like that. And unfortunately we lost time because of a few small mistakes. So here I'm gonna shoot the eye and then use the leaf to get the bubbles out of the way so they don't troll us. Now we're gonna go to the corridor with the third statue. And normally the developers want you to ride all these platforms to get up to this chest, but we can just leaf over to this one to easily get to the chest. It's like they forgot that the leaf was an item when they designed this dungeon. Unfortunately, I'm getting trolled by the keys here. There's nothing you can really do about it. And they got me again. If I was a little higher on the ladder, I might have made it up onto the ledge, but unfortunately, these keys are huge trolls. So we only need one statue to get across here. Just jump at the last second, and you can grab onto the ledge. So here we're gonna skip using the command melody by grabbing onto this statue up here. And then we can fly back over the lasers, so we don't have to use the command melody to bring the statue over to us. So now we need to kill a Wizrobe that spawns in this room. I'm gonna try to jump slash quick spin it, but I kind of failed. Alright, there we go. Oops. Yeah, this time we do need 3 statues, though. It actually is possible to do without 3 statues, but it's stupid and difficult, so we just use 3 statues, and we want to avoid that guy. And so now we have all 3 statues, and we can go get the boss key and fight Ganon. I don't know why the extra damage with the jump spin or the double sword stabs work. I don't know. They just changed the way the sword works somehow. I don't know, maybe some programmer accidentally wrote, like, multiply instead of add or something for the jump spin. Hello, Zizar. So now we don't have to use the bow and arrow on these guys. We just let them go behind us and then kill them. And make sure we shield against them, even though I still got hit. But it's okay. And we can just jump slash over these lasers. We don't have to shoot them. This one's hard to get over, though, so... yeah. can also just get damaged and then walk through them. So now this is Godin. He can be a bad troll sometimes. Okay, I accidentally missed. So sometimes the hands will just magically respawn after you kill them for some reason. It's kind of stupid. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Wow. That hand was moving a lot. Okay, hopefully I don't get snot arrows. If you run out of arrows, Godin kindly likes to provide you with more, even if you don't need it. Come on. Dang it. Okay, well that wastes time, because now I have to shoot his eye again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure beating Godin with only bombs is still possible in HD. So we don't need this heart container either, so we're skipping it. It is possible to skip the text for that heart container, though, if you do it correctly. And then, in the original version of Wind Waker, you could grapple the bell from below the ladder, but it just doesn't work in HD, so we have to climb the ladder. And I missed again. Great. More time loss. Yeah, you can just hit the hands with bombs and hit Godin's eyes with bombs, but it's really stupid because usually they're too high to hit with bombs. So now we're down in Hyrule, almost ready to get the Master Sword. Unfortunately, due to the bad Keese RNG and the bad Godin RNG, we're probably gonna lose a little bit of time. And so we're gonna skip doing the Triforce puzzle that the game wants you to do to open up the Link statue. Instead, we're gonna do a roll clip here. We're gonna angle ourselves, we're gonna crawl to the right, and we're gonna drop out of bounds. And now we can get to the Master Sword chamber. No, the enemies are gone in Hyrule too. They're not here if you do Hyrule Escape. And so now we have the Master Sword. So normally the game wants you to fight all these enemies before you leave Hyrule, but using a ledge clip with a bomb, we can easily get out. And then we can save warp to get back to the front side of Hyrule. Which is good because it also gives us 3 hearts back when we do a save warp. So now we want magic. Alright, nice. We got enough magic. The magic is going to be used at Forsaken Fortress 2. When we go there to get Skullhammer. So now we're going to go back to Northern Triangle Isle, where we can now actually fight with Cyclos, because we have the bow and arrows. If we could get Cyclos the first time we appear at Northern Triangle Isle, this game would be so much better. And it would save time, but unfortunately we can't do that. Okay, so those first 2 arrows weren't going to hit him because they were a little bit too low. Aiming is sort of weird in this scenario because of how the wind kind of changes where you're aiming. But now we get to learn the Ballad of Gales, which means that we'll be doing less sailing and more warping, which is good. So the second time we come here, we have to... First, we try to politely knock on the door, but instead we just then break it down. And when you use a swift sail here, you, like, turn around yourself twice. It creates a cool animation. So now this is Phantom Ganon. I want him to spawn behind me, but unfortunately that did not happen. So if we get below him and then hit the energy ball once, we can easily kill him. Or easily stun him. Alright, good. He spawned behind us. And then we can do a jump spin and another spin attack to kill him. Oh wow, I actually got a side hop. Unfortunately, I side hopped in the wrong direction. So now I'm farther away from the chest, actually. So we can skip going around most of Forsaken Fortress by having the wind set the correct direction, then using the leaf to get across this courtyard and grab onto this ladder. Yeah, if you do the jump spin out of a side hop, it still does the same amount of damage. And so we actually need to have 1.5 hearts going into the Helm Rock battle. so that we can skip it. So we can easily take damage from the skull pegs. And then even though the wind is bad, we can still leaf across this sidle ledge and leaf across this one. I tried jump slashing onto the peg there, but the mini blins, or targeting the mini blins, sometimes gets you. So now here we are in Forsaken Fortress 2. Yeah, the little guys who are always like that are called mini blins. It's like a Beyblade moblin, I guess. So this is the Helmrock King. So we have to climb the long, windy path up to the top here. So we're gonna use this pot here, ooh, okay, to walk in and out of the Helmrock trigger. Just kind of doing it at a bad spot. So that he just kind of flies away. It's kind of weird how this works, but doing this we can get behind him. Then we can climb up this ledge, and because Link's so far into that ledge when he climbs up, he's just like easily in there. And now we can just go beneath the spikes, jump up, and walk around the ring of the arena. Very easy and very useful skip. And so now we're in Ganondorf's chamber. An interesting thing about this cutscene is that if you go to Forsaken Fortress too early, like before you have the Master Sword, and you go into this chamber, the game just kind of gives you the Master Sword free of charge. Although we don't do that because that dead ends the game later on. Because there's a trigger in Hyrule 1 that we need to hit to be able to break the barrier. And unfortunately, there's no such thing as early Hyrule 1. Yeah, I run Zelda games because I think that Zelda games are cool and that it's funny when you sequence break Zelda games. I think that sequence, like any sort of sequence breaking, is usually pretty hilarious to me. And Zelda games are usually pretty linear. I also speedrun because speedrunning games gives them basically infinite replay value. You can play a game again and again and still have fun with it, even though you know what's going to happen, and you've played it before like 15 times. Will I ever go back to Nintendo Land? No, I think Donkey Kong's Crash Course is done. And so now we get to watch Tetra turn into Zelda. If we could do the potential early barrier route for this game, then we would actually end up skipping this cutscene, but still activating it at the same time. Yes, the language is Spanish. Italian is technically a few seconds faster than Spanish, but Italian doesn't exist on North American Wii U's. More bunks on nothing. I love this game sometimes. We don't use Japanese because Japanese is really slow for this game. Basically, when Nintendo made this game, they sped up like every language except for Japanese, and so every other language suddenly became faster than Japanese. Yeah, the text speed in Japanese is really slow. Japanese is like one character per frame, and English, Italian, Portuguese, French, all those other languages, Spanish. Their text goes 4 characters per frame. No, I do not take Spanish classes in school. I take Japanese classes. I'm probably not going to do that Fireblaze. Anyway, now Link gets infused with the power of fire and ice arrows. Also, really rarely you'll get healed by a fairy during this cutscene, because the fairy will just, like, kind of run into you. Although it's really rare and it doesn't happen very often. I've seen it happen to a few people, though. And hey, look at that. I wonder how that happened. Anyway, now we're gonna go get the power bracelets, which are located at Fire Mountain. Mother and child Isle clip route, like, less than 10 seconds faster. Anyway, so at Fire Mountain we have to shoot the top of it with an ice arrow. After you clip, you just save warp, because then you spawn outside the island. And we can jump slash up a few steps on Fire Mountain, and just leaf across this sidle area. Can also leaf over the entrance to load Fire Mountain faster. Wow, that was stupid. I don't think I've ever done that before. Okay, let's not have that happen again. Okay, Linkus. Anyway, the fast way to defeat Magtails is to throw a bomb behind them, and then have them roll up, because then they, like, just go behind them. They, like, how do I say it? They fall backward and they make the bomb explode. Unfortunately, we lost 2 seconds. Well, after the save warp, you're at Mother and Child Isles, but Mother and Child Isles is closer to Forsaken Fortress than Tingle Isle is. Just the only problem is that there's a like 30-second long cutscene when you try to warp there of the Great Fairy telling you that you're not supposed to be here yet and that you need to go to Forsaken Fortress 2. If that didn't happen, going to Mother and Child Isles would actually save a considerable amount of time. So nothing really exciting happens within the next 20 minutes, or the next 15 minutes. The next exciting part is when we enter Earth Temple. Because right now we have to learn the Earth God's Lyric. We have to go play it for Medley. And then, yeah. Hey Chilla, the errand is going pretty well. It is possible to access this room earlier than intended, but learning this song early unfortunately crashes the game. because of the way the game handles animations. Like, essentially there are two animation sets in this game, which get sort of swapped once you enter the Forsaken Fortress 2 loading zone to fight Helmrock King. And so basically, if you go to Helmrock King early and then try to activate any cutscenes that happen before Helmrock King, the game's most likely going to crash. Any major cutscenes, not like any cutscene, but like most cutscenes that are needed for beating the game. And if you try to do anything after Forsaken Fortress 2 early, without going to Forsaken Fortress 2, then the game will also crash. So Medley is located at the top of Dragon Roost Island here. And we can do rock skip again to get up there. And there conveniently happens to be magic back there, which we can get. I wanted to go to SGDQ Chilla, but I can't because parents. So unfortunately, I can't go to that. I might be able to go to SGDQ next year, though. Or maybe AGDQ, I don't know. I definitely want to, though, because both Wind Waker and MM3D are being shown at SGDQ this year. And so now we watch a long cutscene. So enjoy the nice music. No, my parents don't care about the fact that I do speedruns of video games. They're actually kind of against it. Unfortunately. Alright, so now we're gonna go to Southern Ferries so we can sail to Ice Rink and get the iron boots. Another thing that I like about playing HD is that you don't have to pause to equip items, you can just equip them and everything's fine. And we can also change the wind direction with the swift sail, which is why I turned right there. It also gives a good angle for jumping out of the boat and getting onto the island. So we're just gonna use the leaf to skip having to walk around. Allows us to get here a little earlier. We can't do the same leaf trick that we do for the Fire Mountain loading zone though, for some reason. We can roll through that wind, though, which is kind of dumb, but it saves time and works. And now we got our iron boots. I don't have an iron boots split because sometimes my route changes depending on how much magic I have. Sometimes I do iron boots first before getting medley, because then I can have full magic when I get into Earth Temple. But that's only if I have enough magic to go to Ice Rink to begin with. But anyway, now we're gonna actually go to Earth Temple. What do I play in marching band? I played the baritone. Do some of bests actually mean anything from TWWHD? Yeah, they kind of do. They show how low a good run can, or not a good run, but like a godly run can go. Like my sum of best would be like a minute and 40 seconds slower if I added in the RNG BK skips. So a TAS of this game could probably get like a 340 or a 335, because it could also do manual super swims. Do I wear sunglasses? No. I'm not gonna do Wind Temple Lost Key skip, sorry. There's actually this kind of stupid thing you can do during this cutscene. After you play the Earth God's Lyric or the Wind God's Aria for Wind Temple, you have one frame where you can roll, and depending on which direction you face, if you get the roll, Medley / Makar gets teleported in that direction. It's kind of like they're connected to wherever Link is facing, which happens surprisingly a lot in the Zelda series. And so we're just gonna take care of this moblin so he doesn't mess us up. And so we have to kill all the chews in this room to progress, so we just kind of go over to each one and stab it. Wait for this guy to come up. And then for these last 3 black ones, we have to circle around Medley so that all of them get hit by her light, and we don't have to use the command melody. So now we can skip the command melody again by using Medley to fly over this Skullhammer peg, and then letting her go and mashing Skullhammer. So now I'm going to throw Medley at the perfect angle and the perfect distance so that she lands right where the light's going to shine. And at the correct angle so that she'll be able to shine her light right at the chest. Gain a little bit of distance with that side hop during the cutscene. So I'm just gonna leave Medley there. Unfortunately, okay, yeah. So she got grabbed by the hand, which wastes a few seconds. But it's okay, because now she's right here. And we can just call her, and she'll come through doors with us. So now we're going to use her to skip this puzzle. We can just leaf out of her flying and then grab that ledge to push down this block. And we don't have to activate the stairs at all. Come on. Alright, that was kind of sloppy. Should have done one more quick spin, but it kind of failed. So now we're going to skip the command melody again by placing Medley there and then having her walk through the light. Except it didn't work. Let's try that again. Okay, there we go. Alright, so in this room we have to defeat all the enemies, to include 2 moblins and 2 hoes. This first guy can just be stabbed to death, as well as this guy. For the pose, my strategy is to get their lanterns out of them by hitting them with a skull hammer. And then I let them take control of me, and I damage myself to kill them. Thanks, I am plan. Alright, so now in this room, we can activate this coffin, but then fly back and use the boomerang to get the small key. And it skips having to fight the redeads and make the ladder fall down. Alright, so now we're gonna do a little trick to skip the mini-boss. Okay, yeah, we were too low. Let's try that again. We only really get 2 tries, so we have to make it this time. Alright, good. So the dark part of that ledge is the only part that's grabbable, and I don't know how that side hop didn't make it, but whatever. But you can't grab the light part, only the dark part. Yeah, that's a nice time save on Mirror Shield. So I'm gonna place a bomb down there because that guy's gonna try to hit me, but if he tries to hit me, he's just gonna blow up the bomb and, like, get dismembered. So because we never beat the mini-boss music is still playing. Okay, that was kind of bad. Although we have to use Medley here so that she can shine a light so that we can break that wall below her. In the original game, you could originally see up while Link was using the mirror shield, but for some reason they didn't allow you to do that in this game anymore. Alright, so anyway, now we're gonna do a clip to skip having to shine the lights on the eyes of this statue. And this clip is really easy. It's just a ledge clip with Medley. It's a lot easier than doing it with a bomb, because Medley can't be moved, whereas Link moves a bomb. And so you have an infinite amount of frames to clip through the wall. And luckily that wall collision extends out of bounds. Or not the wall collision, the floor collision extends out of bounds. And so now the mini-boss music is stopped because we have to break this stone. Now we're gonna call Medley to take her through doors again. Want to make sure we don't get accidentally stunned by the re-deads. Okay, good. So I meant to equip Skullhammer, not Boomerang, but I can do that while I'm flying over. Alright, so we shot that, like, flag with a fire arrow, so that we revealed that ledge, which has the Joy Pendant on it. We don't want the Joy Pendant, but we need to clip through a wall somehow. So we're going to place Medley next to that grate, and then we're going to do a roll clip here. And then we're going to get inside the grate and pick up Medley, so that we can get into this room and skip a small key. And we skip the command melody there again. And so now we need full magic, and luckily there's a magic refill right there. Unfortunately, none of the coffins killed any keys. That's usually pretty funny to watch. Alright, so now we're gonna do the Earth Temple boss key skip. It's the only boss key that we're gonna skip in the whole game. Okay. I guess the bomb was too close to me that time. Let's try this again. Okay, that time I pressed A too early, so I didn't roll. That time I didn't clip. Okay, this is not good. Hopefully we can get this clip soon. Okay, there we go. So that's sort of a ledge clip combined with a roll clip. So we use the bomb to get slightly into the wall, which is enough to allow us to roll clip out. Hello, Cheese4343. Alright, so this is Jalhalla. Sometimes this boss can go really well, and sometimes it can go really badly. Alright, so we can use the Skull Hammer here to stabilize Link's shield behind him and stun Jalhalla for long enough so that we can pick him up and throw him. And I throw bombs everywhere and hope that some of them might hit a few Poes. And it was successful there. That wasn't that good of a cycle though, because I was kind of slow at killing some extra Poes. And luckily I can use the Skull Hammer again because Jalhalla is close to me. If he's any farther away, it usually doesn't work. I'm gonna throw some bombs again. Alright. That's the second cycle. Just need one more cycle. Ah, light disappeared. The lights will sometimes do that, unfortunately. There's nothing you can really do about it. Luckily I got 2 kills there with the bombs. Although I'm probably still going to lose time because I wasted a bunch of time with the boss key skip. Dang, could have been almost minus 2 minutes, but whatever, it's fine. Task could probably one-cycle him with godly memory manipulation. Alright, so that's Earth Temple. Thankfully, I managed to go through it without losing too much time. A weird thing about these cutscenes is that, right now the sword, like Link's sword, is in, like, the center right there. But when Link gets the new sword, the sword that, like, where the, I don't know what the terminology is, but, like, the sword, like, expands. I'm gonna say that. For some reason, the game puts the old sword, the one that didn't have the expanded sides, it puts it below the map. And if you, like, have the free cam on in, like, Dolphin and you look around under the map, you'll see the sword. Just like with the barrel at the beginning of the game before Forsaken Fortress, where it put the barrel below the map. And so now the old sword is just kind of like a few feet under Link's feet. I don't know why they decided to put it there, but that's just how it works. Same thing happens in Wind Temple. And so now we're gonna go to Wind Temple. But first we need to learn the Wind God's aria and get Makar. The 14 out of 257 indicates that I've completed 14 runs out of 257 attempted runs. What? Okay, I don't know why that happened. Whatever. Anyway, side hopping is the fastest way to travel with iron boots on. Well, I mean, the 14 completed is ever since I've been using live split. Like, for the first few months of when this game was out, I always used W-split, because live split didn't exist then. So I probably finished good maybe, like, 15 runs, probably before live split came out of, like, let's think, how many attempts would that be? I'd estimate maybe, like, 150 or 200 attempts. So we've completed like 30 runs out of like 450 or 400 attempts, which is okay, I guess. Hello, Henrich. Also, I think it's kind of funny that in the Spanish version, the Sage of Wind, his name is Frito. Except it's a D and not a T. Well, the ratio is definitely a lot higher than my Skyward Sword completed runs to runs attempted ratio, which is like 5 out of 641 or something crazy. Although in Skyward Sword, you reset like 2 minutes in constantly, so it's kind of expected that the completed run, or the runs attempted count becomes high. Also, I can't get on Beetle. Come on. Okay. Wow, okay. That's a nice way to waste 10 seconds. That was supposed to happen. Okay, I need magic here. Ooh, very nice. Okay, I got full magic. Well, okay, his name is spelled F-R-I-D-O. Frito. There's one frame you can turn around there. Well, you used to reset constantly in Skyward Sword because you had to do this stupid thing called killing post, where you would run up a really thin post and jump off of it 3 times to kill yourself at the beginning of the run so you could activate back in time. And it was really easy to mess it up, so yeah. And applause for some reason. I don't know why there's an applause. Oops, kind of messed up playing there. Yeah, you can also skip cutscenes in Skyward Sword, so that makes it pretty fast also. There's also a huge reset point like 8 minutes into Skyward Sword, which is cutscene skip, which you sometimes have to reset to if you miss it. If you want to see a good run of Skyward Sword, you can watch SVA's 504 run. It's pretty good. It has like all the latest strats and everything. Alright, so now we're at Wind Temple. I don't think Tender has a video of his 502. Or if he did, he deleted it. But whatever. And so Makar's slow at walking, so it's faster to pick him up and throw him into the trigger over here. Yeah, Tender's 459. Totally. Okay, now I can talk again. So, what's the difference between this game and the original? Well, the original has storage, which this game doesn't have. Although this game also has a really fast Triforce quest, a skippable intro, fast text, fast animations, and stuff, which makes up for all the time that it loses to not having storage. And it actually ends up being pretty even with the original, time-wise. Alright, so Makar, unfortunately, forcibly gets captured here. There's nothing you can really do about it. It's actually possible to have him not get captured in the original Japanese version of the game, because there's one frame where you can pause and save the game. And so here we can shoot this pot with a fire arrow. And we're gonna use that later. But for now we're gonna go this way, because we're gonna go get the boss key before we get the hook shot. Alright, so now we're gonna do this weird trick called early boss key, where we're gonna make this, I don't know what to call it, but we're gonna turn the floor up, and then we're gonna use the floor to gain some height so we can grab onto that pillar. And then, because of the way Link grabs these door ledges, we can just easily roll clip through them and get behind this stone over here. And we're gonna pull a bomb out when we enter this door because it skips a 1-second animation of Link turning around to look at the locked door. Hopefully this fight goes well. Looks good so far. Ooh. Let's see if we can finish this off. Alright, that was actually a really good fight. That worked out pretty well, even though I didn't plan for it to happen that way. Pulling a bomb before the door is bomb then A, it's not A then bomb. You have like 3 frames after you pull the bomb to open the door, so it's like the same timing as a ledge clip. It's not very hard. Alright, nice. Got big magic. Alright, so hopefully we'll get magic in this grass here. Alright, nice. Alright, so now we're just gonna... normally you need a small key to get through that door, but like we did with the other door earlier, we can just grab the side of this one and roll clip through. Oops, hold on, let's try that again. Roll clipping is a 1-frame trick, so you sometimes miss it often. Anyway, we should be able to save a lot of time on this split if this fight goes well. No, Aubrey, this run was first try and Great Fish. Oh, where is this guy? Oh, he's up there. That's bad RNG. Ooh, wait. Okay, let's kill this guy. No, don't target him. No, Dark Nut. No. God dang it. This fight's bad. Ouch. Okay, this is going really poorly. Let's just kill this guy. Be done with him. Where is the Wizrobe? There he is. Okay, let's shoot him with a fire arrow. Nope, that's not a fire arrow. And wow, we missed. Where is he? Oh, okay, let's just kill him. There we go. Optimally, you'd want the Dark Nut, or not the Dark Nut, you'd want the first Wizrobe to spawn on the floor. Or actually, you want both Wizrobes to spawn on the floor. Alright. I could have easily gotten a best split there if that fight was actually good, though. And wow, that missed. Okay. Alright, so now here we're gonna do a trick called a bomb boost, where we jump slash and then let a bomb hit us in midair to get up on a ledge that we wouldn't normally be able to. Yeah, and it's used to get this key fast. Alright, so now we're gonna do this weird clip that for some reason works, where if you stand in the right position and then shoot a hookshot target correctly that's on a wall, you can clip out of bounds with it. Wow, I missed. Equip the iron boots. Alright. We're through. And we don't need Makar for the rest of the dungeon, because we can get around everything with him, or without him. Alright, so we can just kind of leaf across this gap and cancel the leaf to grab the ledge. And we don't need to push any of the blocks in this room because... Oops. It's possible to just kind of side hop over this gap. We can quickly unequip the iron boots by putting an item over them. I can save a lot of time at light arrows if I play that segment well. Ouch. Okay, so there's magic here, there's fairies, and there's rupees. So I'm gonna catch a fairy. Just because health is sometimes easily lost within the last portion of the game. So the fairies for safety. Also, I only have 7 arrows. That's kind of low. Although I should be able to get more, I think. I'll probably be fine. So, this is the grand entrance of Mulgara. I don't really think I need to explain Mulgara. All you need to know is that Mulgara has the best boss battle theme ever. So I might try to kill the babies a little bit. Doesn't really matter since we have to wait for Mulgara anyway. Ouch. Alright, well, so the strat when Mulgara goes up into the air is that we want to get as close to him as possible so that he dives into the ground as quickly as possible when he tries to eat us. Uh-oh, that's a really bad spawn position. Come on. Get the tongue. Okay. I wasn't able to target the tongue because then Link would have just targeted the babies. Wow, how did that not hit that guy? The game also likes to lag there. Alright, so I'm just gonna stay here so the babies try to go this way. Okay, so Mulgara spawned in a good spot that's away from where the babies are. And that's it for Mulgara. Unfortunately, we can't do air snipes in this version. I'm not really sure why air snipes are considered a glitch. I don't really consider them a glitch myself, although I guess they are kind of glitchy. I don't know, but you can't do them in HD. So, doesn't really matter. And so now, just like Earth Temple, the previous Master Sword has been put a few feet under Link for whatever reason, and it's been replaced with the other one. So now we can save like 1 second by doing a roll here. Except we missed it. You only have 1 frame, but Link does a roll, and then he doesn't have to walk as far to the King of Red Lions after this cutscene. And now we begin the Triforce quest of the game. So if we do this correctly, we should be done with the game in less than an hour. And the first thing we're going to go do is we're going to go to Outset and do Savage Labyrinth. Which is probably the longest part of the Triforce quest. Takes like 8 or 9 minutes to go through the whole thing. We can do a sort of precise shot on this tree up here. Sometimes takes a few tries. Oh wait, I need bombs, yeah, okay. So now we go to floor number 1 out of the 30 that we do. That was really good. Now we get onto the mini Blinn room. No, I can't save a minute on Puppet Ganon, I can save a minute on light arrows. Anyway, we can use jump slash quick spins to easily own all of these bokoblins. Oops. Need regular arrows. How did that miss? Oh well. Why don't I have a split for each individual floor? That'd be comical. So again, we're gonna use bombs to beat all these guys. Come on. Okay. Okay. So I turn the camera like this to allow the mini Blinns to spawn. And I don't know why I did that roll. Because the mini Blinns only spawn when you're not looking at where they are. And so this floor we can skip if we can line ourselves up correctly. Let's try this again. What? Oh, I got the stupid bokoblin. Alright, there we go. And we can easily own these moblins with a jump slash quick spin to each of them. And so that's the first set of 10 floors. That went pretty well. Alright, so the fastest way to shoot these guys, or kill them, is with arrows. As long as you can target them. Now the fastest way to defeat Vocal Babas is with the boomerang. In HD, there are 3 Triforce charts. You can also skip this floor. Ooh, that was a nice assist. Thank you, Bokoblins. And we can easily kill all these guys with arrows pretty quickly. I should save time here. So far, all these floors have been going pretty well. Ooh, that was a nice double kill there. This floor is kind of weird. You can hit the Bokoblins before they come out of the pot. And then use jump slash quick spin. Oops. Alright, so now these guys, that's not the bow, okay. We can just shoot them each with an ice arrow and then they fall to the ground and die. We can get the rupees on these floors. So now we can skip the rest of these floors because they all have torches next to them. What? Okay, that was too far. Let's try that again. Hello? Okay, this is not good. Right. Okay, let's forget about that. Let's just be calm. Hello? I, can't do floor skips at all today, apparently. This is not good. Hello? Jeez. Okay, this is really not working out today. I either don't go low enough or I go way too low. That's usually what happens to me in SD, not this game. This game should be easy. Okay, good. Uh-oh, this guy's gonna be a troll. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, you can go too low and then not even, hookshot the, torch. That's why we have the fairy. Exactly for this reason. Just can't get low enough. I don't know what it is. Okay. Only 2 more floors. We can do this. Okay. Just 1 more. Although we're gonna lose time because we failed for so long. Alright, good. We made it through. We're good. Although we are gonna lose 20 seconds, sadly. Alright. Oops. Forgot to split there. Whatever, that's not important. Yeah, you have to be flashing red and have invincibility frames to make it into the hole. No, this isn't what happened last run. The last time we got here in a run, I accidentally warped to the wrong place with the Ballad of Gales, so that was kind of bad. That's why I wasted time last run. Yeah, we're just gonna forget about the time loss on that split. We'll save it all back on this split, where we can save like 25 seconds. Although we're probably not gonna save that much time on this split either. Alright, so now we're gonna go to Diamond Step. We're gonna shot up the trees. Ah, stupid tree. Hello? Come on. Okay. It's kinda dumb. Yeah, there's still 8 shards, but 5 of them... I mean, yeah, but 5 of them you get immediately, without having to translate the chart. So now we're just gonna skip a bunch of warp pots by jumping onto here. This room is like the most broken room in the game. There's so many ways to get out of bounds and like mess with it. And here we are with the ghost ship chart. There is a faster way to get here, but I hadn't practiced it or done it in a long time, so I didn't really want to do it. It's okay, though. Now we're gonna save warp out. If we jump off correctly, we can land in our boat like this. Now we're gonna go sail to the golden ship to pick up another Triforce chart. I'm also going to open up the ghost ship chart on the gamepad now, because you have to do that before you go into the ghost ship at all. Alright, here's this guy. Whoops, I got damaged. Okay, good, I didn't get damaged anymore. Wait, seriously? Oh my god. Now I have to turn around to go back like 3 feet to get it. That was dumb. Alright. Alright, so we can use the hook shot to get up onto the island and then use it again on the ladder to get up the ladder. And pick up a tingle bottle. Okay, well, we're still a minute ahead, so that's good. You can also use the hookshot to get into the boat really fast. So now we're gonna go to Forest Haven and we're gonna get some more shards and charts. So far we have 1 shard and 1 deciphered chart.
So the next shard is over here. And unlike the original version of Wind Waker, the shards are always in the same spot around the island. There aren't like multiple shard sets, there's only one shard set. Hold on. Ugh, god dang it. I got an urn. Alright, well, let's turn around. Oh my god, seriously. Come on. Okay. I think we got it. Yeah, okay. Ugh, I need to stop losing time to fishing up things. Now we're gonna go north to Bird's Peak Rock. Yeah, get hyped for the urn, guys. Alright, so normally you need the bait bag to get inside here, but if you properly angle a grapple hook swing, you can clip inside and get into Bird's Peak Rock. So we can go and get our Triforce chart. I'm also gonna get some rupees here and some magic. And we can just grapple the target again to get out of here. And we can hookshot into Coral again. And now the ghost ship is conveniently located at Bomb Isle, which is 1 quadrant away. And we can skip having to do the ghost ship fight by just doing a bunch of leaf pumps and then grabbing this ledge. There's also a lot of rupees in here, so I want to get most of them. I want that magic. Alright. Ghost ship is always in Bomb Isle with the route that we use. Alright, so now we're gonna go over to the cabana, or the Oasis Isle, or whatever it's called. I don't remember what it's called. But, yeah, so we don't have the cabana deed. We never got it. So we have to somehow get behind the door without it. So we can do a really precise hookshot shot here to get up here. Alright, nice. Now we're gonna do an L slide. Ugh. Wait, what's going on? Okay, well, whatever. Let's try that again. Alright, nice. So we're in here. Now we're going to do a similar trick, where a bomb's going to boost us into the loading zone behind the door. Okay, that was bad. Let's try that again. Alright, that's the frame. Wow, okay. Cool game. Oh, okay, yeah, my position was bad. I was too far forward, I think. That's probably what happened. Turn the gyro back on, because I can't do this without gyro. Let's try this again. I'm sure we'll get it this time. Alright, yeah, I was farther back that time, so it worked. Unfortunately, we're gonna be losing a lot of time, though. And we need these rupees. So, because of the way the Skull Hammer is designed, we can hit pegs through walls. Let's angle up here. Alright, good. So it looks like we're still going to be ahead, though. Yeah, I know, right, Fireblaze? It sucks that hookshot clipping doesn't work in MM3D. But anyway. So, we lost, like, 50 seconds. So again, we're just gonna hookshot the mailbox, and then hookshot the ladder to get up it. Yeah, if I don't lose any time majorly anywhere, then I should be able to get a PB. So we've deciphered another chart. Thanks, Trog. Okay, yeah, let's not go to Tingle Isle, that would be bad. Because we're kind of already there. Alright, so we need to shoot this ship to get in here. Gonna get some rupees and some hearts. Yeah, it would be pretty cool if you could use a swift sail in here, but unfortunately we can't because there's no wind inside a building, which makes sense. Alright, so now we're going to go over to Stone Watcher, and conveniently the chart that we deciphered recovers a shard at Stonewatcher, which is cool because it makes routing nice. Swift sail clip. I haven't heard of that idea before. Kind of like how you clip through Beetle, I guess, right after you get the swift sail. I don't know, I don't think that would be possible, but that's definitely worth checking. Alright. So we're gonna use the hook shot here to skip climbing this ledge, hopefully. Hello. Hello? Okay, that took way too long. He's talking. Oh, nice jump. He's talking about clipping through the ship that blocks the entrance. Like when you if you super swim through, you easily clip through him, like with no effort at all. Okay, so I'm gonna destroy this pillar because it has a lot of money in it. Now we're gonna use the same bomb open the door trick. And this room is pretty easy. You just gotta run forward, spin attack, run backward, spin attack to kill all those guys. And so we're going to make this bomb useful to us. We're going to throw it to the right and we're going to freeze this guy. And so he's going to die and oops. Alright, whatever. Just go back to regular arrows now. Can also make this one useful to us by throwing it at a Wizrobe. Ouch. Let's just get this guy. I need to hit that guy. Okay. That was a little bit slow, but it's fine. Using the bomb before opening the door skips a 1-second animation of Link looking at the bars closing behind him. So now we're just gonna knock the armor off that guy and shoot him. Any day now. Come on. Wow, okay. Okay. Whatever. He died. Looks like we'll be saving time here, though, which is good. Alright, get some rupees over here. After his armor takes enough damage, it'll get, like, destroyed, and he'll just be like, what? I don't know, like, they get confused when their armor gets destroyed, and it makes them easy to hit. No, I didn't knock it off from the back, I just destroyed it, because the Dark Nut didn't want to let me parry him. Which is what we want, because then we can easily kill him with the Ice Arrow Skull Hammer combination. So now we only need 2 more Triforce pieces. One is at Overlook, and the last one we need to decipher. Can I rap a song? No, I'm sorry. I don't have any self-confidence in my rapping abilities.
Good water level. Alright, good. We didn't jump this time. Okay, so we need 106 more rupees to decipher the last chart, which we're gonna get all in Overlook. Hopefully I do this room correctly. Oh no, I didn't. They're too close to each other. Yeah. Alright. We still get to take this stuff from inside these guys' orbs. So Overlook is the harder of the two areas that are themed like this and Stonewatcher. Alright, good. Come on, target him. Alright. Alright. Very nice. Okay, I guess I didn't pull a bomb. That's the boomerang. Alright, that worked. If you go in without a bomb, Link will turn around and look at the door after the bars close down. And so pulling out a bomb skips that. He twitches for a frame but then stops. Alright. Hopefully he doesn't... Oh, wow, okay. Glad I moved out of the way. He had a joy pendant. And so this battle is harder than the one at Stonewatcher, because now there are 4 Dark Nuts instead of 3. I mean, instead of 2. Target that guy, he wants to parry me. Great. Got all these rupees. Oh, I missed. Okay. Ouch. This guy just does not want me to win. Alright. Alright, we don't need any more rupees. So now we're gonna go decipher the last shard and pick up the last shard, which is at Great Fish. Missed. Yeah, unfortunately you can't pick up the shards without the charts. If you could, then we would save a lot of time in this game.
Hopefully we don't have any difficulty picking this one up. I'm gonna go with the safe strat. Alright. That was a good segment. Probably could have gotten a blue split if I'd had a better dark nut fight. I don't know why I keep on saying dark nut. It's really easy to stop on the chart because I can see from a top-down perspective where the chart is versus where I am on the gamepad, and so it makes it really easy to stop right on top of the shard. All right, now we're going down to Hyrule. After this cutscene. For some reason, this cutscene, I think, takes place on the same map where you ring the bell to the Tower of the Gods. I don't know why they did that, but that's how it works. PB failed for a minute, I don't know. But yeah, we can save a minute, so let's do that. Alright, nice parry. Alright, knock that guy down. That's not that big of a deal. Alright, that was good. Alright, down with the barrier. Yeah, we just did barrier skip, guys. Totally. Alright, now we're in Ganon's castle, or Ganon's tower. Trial Skip. So Trial Skip is kind of the same concept as Earth Temple Boss Key Skip. Okay, whatever, that works. We're gonna use a bomb to clip through a wall slightly. And then roll clip out. Alright, nice. We got it. I'm gonna do leaf pumps even though I don't need to. And we can just kind of sidle through that door to hit the loading zone behind it, which is kind of stupid, but it works and it saves time, so why not? Then I pull a bomb here because I want to. Doesn't really do anything. Alright, so we go back. We go left. We go straight. We go left. We go right. And we go straight again. We pull a bomb here because more bars come down. Hopefully he spawns around me. Okay, he didn't. Okay. Just hit him like that. Alright. Beautiful. Alright, Cryptic, you want to take over when I do Puppet Ganon? I'll let you take over the controller, and you can do Puppet Ganon for me. Bomb pull before the chest doesn't do anything. Cryptic is like a god at Puppet Ganon, by the way. We can easily beat most of these enemies with just light arrows. And we can get both these guys with one light arrow. Come on, Cryptic, just do it for me, man, alright? Ouch. I get an arrow drop from this orb, but avoid the Knight's Crest. So it is actually possible to skip light arrows and Puppet Ganon, but it requires stupid tricks that aren't really humanly possible or feasible for a run. So we don't do them. It makes the task look pretty cool, though. Puppet Ganon. Let's go. So, if we're good, we can snipe his tail right off the bat. Ah, that was good. Very nice. Alright, that is an excellent first phase. Thank you for being cooperative, Puppet Ganon. Please, Cryptic. I don't know how to do the Crypt shot. Alright, now the bats are gonna come down. Hopefully they give me some magic. Alright, nice. Got some magic. Ooh, I got full magic. That's very nice. I almost missed that shot, but thankfully I didn't. Alright, let's snipe this guy. Wow, how did that miss? Okay, whatever. I'll just use bombs. I don't know how to do Trog Shot either. And Puppet Ganon is dead. Goodbye, Puppet Ganon. You can mash A on this rope to climb up it really fast because it's like... It's like a really long rope. And it has like a really wide swing radius, so you can just kind of hop up it. I don't know, it's weird. No, just kidding. We're good. No need to panic. Also, no, I don't have a fairy, but it's okay, I don't need a fairy. Well, Wixie, I knew I had Leaf equipped. I leafed into the center so I could get hearts. I made sure of that. I mean, come on, what's wrong with scaring the chat once in a while? Oh my god, Chilla. Please. Alright, so for the first phase of Ganondorf, we're going to do a jump slash quick spin, followed by 2 quick spins. Except I failed doing 1 quick spin. What's going on? What the heck? Zelda, what are you doing? Okay, this battle's a mess now. Alright, whatever though, we got to second phase. Alright, so we want to be able to parry him. Alright. Do some... I wanted to do some jump slash quick spins. Also, he tried to kick me. Oh, wait, I needed 1 more hit. God dang it. Alright, good. Alright, Zelda, let's do this. Alright. Good run. Except this was a video of the run, this wasn't the actual run. The actual run happened about 12 hours ago and finished at 2 AM in the morning. But I wanted to put commentary over it, so I decided to stream the video and put commentary over it like I did. So yeah, that's my new PB for the Wind Waker HD, 40142. No, I'm not joking. Like, I can pause this video right now and then play it. But I mean, I did what I wanted to. I wanted to put commentary over it.
I didn't want it to just be a blank video. I knew about every single thing that was going to happen this run. Why do you think I mentioned the fact that a fairy can sometimes heal you at Mother and Child Isles? Because I knew I was gonna get one. I knew that I was gonna have an insane first phase Puppet Ganon. I knew I was gonna lose time at Cabana Deed. I knew about all of it. I also knew I was gonna get first try Swift Sail, and I was gonna get Great Fish out of Cyclos. So it was fun. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm glad I was able to put commentary over this run.